Hello, this is David E. from Larkin. I'm here to resume my game of Skyrim. I'm in the settlement of Raven Rock in the island of Solstheim, running a various quests having to be here. I picked up 3 out of the 4 pieces of the armor of Deathbrand belonging to a notorious pirate, and I'm not far from picking up the 4th and last. I've also closed down most of the accursed stones which have been gathering cultists to threaten the tranquility of the land. That is getting wrapped up too. In general, I'd say maybe 2/3 of the way through this island and getting that close to returning to the mainland. So before I resume with my next objective, I'm going to read a little bit. I have 2 books now, both prepared in advance. The 16 Accords of Madness, Volume 12, and History of Our Own Present Town, where we're now standing, Raven Rock, Volume 3. I'll begin with this. The 16 Accords of Madness, Volume 12. Malakath's Tale. In the days before the Athenians' founding, the spurned orc folk were subjected to ostracism and persecutions, even more numerous and harsh than their progeny are accustomed to in our own age. So it was that many champions of the Osiris traveled, enforcing what borders they could for the proliferation of their own people. Many of these champions are spoken of yet today, among them the Cursed Legion, Groma the Hairless, and the noble Emig. This latter crusader would have certainly risen to legendary status throughout Tamriel, had it not been subject to the attention of certain Daedric princes. Emig was the bastard son of a young maiden who was killed in childbirth. He was raised by the shaman of his tribe, the Gorilla Kamag, in the peaks of what we now call Normar Heights. Late in his 15th year, Emig forged by hand an ornate suit of scaled armor, a rite of ascension among his tribe. On a blustery day, he pounded the final rivet, and draping a heavy cloak over the bulky mantle, Emig set out from his village for the last time. Word of his exploits always returned home, whether defending merchant caravans from brigands or liberating enslaved beastfolk. News of the noble orc crusader began to grace even lips of Brethons, often with a tinge of fear. Less than 2 years after attaining maturity, Grokero was making camp when a thin voice called out from the thickening night. He was surprised to hear the language of his people, spoken by a tongue that obviously did not belong to an orc. Lord Gaelor, said the voice, tales of your deeds across the lips of many and have reached my ears. Peering into the murk, Emig made out the silhouette of a cloaked figure, made wavy and ephemeral by the hazy campfire. From the voice alone, he thought the interloper an old hag, but now decided that he was in the presence of a man of slight lanky build. They could discern no further detail. Perhaps the great orc began, but I seek no glory. Who are you? Ignoring the question, the stranger continued. Despite that, Orsimer, glory finds you, and I bear a gift worthy of it. The visitor's cloak parted slightly, revealing nothing but a faintly glistening buttons in the pale moonlight, and a bundle withdrawn and tossed aside the fire between the two. Emig cautiously removed the rags in which the object was swathed, and was dazzled to discover the item to be a wide, curved blade with an ornately decorated handle. The weapon had heft, and Emig realized, on brandishing it, that the elaborate humble disguise the more practical purpose of balancing the considerable weight of the blade itself. It was nothing much to look at in its present condition, thought the orc, but once the tarnish was cleaned away and a few missing jewels restored, it would indeed be a blade worthy of a champion, 10 times his own worth. Her name, Neb Crescent, spoke the thin stranger, seeing the appreciation lighting Grokero's face. I got her for a horse and a secret in Warm and Clime, but in my old age I'll be lucky to even list such a weapon. It's only proper that I pass her on to one such as yourself. To possess her and change her life forever, overcoming the initial infatuation with the Archiphone's steel. Emig turned his attention back to the visitor. You are so fine, old man, Emig said, not masking his suspicion, but I'm no fool. You traded for this blade once, and you'll trade for it again tonight. What is it that you want? The stranger's shoulders slumped, and Emek was glad to unveil the true purpose of this twilight visit. He sat with him a while, eventually offering a stack of furs, warm food, and a handful of coins in exchange for the exotic weapon. By morning, the stranger was gone. In the week following Emek's encounter with the stranger, Ned Creston had not left his scabbard. He had encountered no enemy in the woods, and his meals consisted of fowl and small game caught with a bow and arrow. The peace suited him fine, but at the 7th morning, while fogs still crept between the low-hanging boughs, Emek's ears pricked up at the telltale crunch of a nearby footfall in the dense snow and forest debris. Emek's nostrils flared, but he looked wind, being unable to see or smell his guest. And knowing that the breeze carried a scent in that direction, Emek's guard was up, and he cautiously drew Ned Creston from his sheath. Emek himself was not entirely sure of all that happened next. In the first moment of conscious memory in Emek Rokeira's mind, after drawing Ned Creston, was the image of the curved blade sweeping through the air in front of him, spattering blood over the original powder coating the forest floor. And the second memory was a feeling of frenzied bloodlust creeping over him, but it was then that he saw for the first time his victim. An orc woman, about 3 years younger than himself, her body a canvas of grisly wounds. Now to kill a strong man 10 times over. Emek's disgust overwhelmed the madness that had overtaken him, and with all his will enlisted, he released Ned Creston from his grip and let the blade sail. With a discordant ringing, it spun through the air and was buried in a snowdrift. Emek lay the scene in shame and horror, drawing the hood of his cloak up to hide himself from the judging eyes of the rising sun. The scene where Emek Rokeira had murdered one of his own kind was a macabre one. Below the neck, the body was flayed and mutilated almost beyond recognition, but the untouched face was frozen in a permanent expression of death. It was here that Shogorath performed sudden rites to summon Malakath, and the two Daedric lords held court in the presence of the disfigured corpse. "Why show me this, bad one?" began Malakath, once he recovered from his initial wordless outrage. "Do you take such pleasure in watching me grieve the murder of my children?" His guttural voice rumbled, and the patron of the Orsimer looked upon his counterpart with accusing eyes. "By birth she was yours, brother outcast," began Shogorath, solemn in aspect and demeanor. "But she was a daughter of mine by her own habits. My mourning here is no less than your own, my outrage no less great." "I am not so sure," grumbled Malakath, "but rest assured that vengeance for this crime is mine to reap. I expect no contest from you. Stand aside." As the fearsome prince began to push past him, Lord Shogorath spoke again. "I have no intention of standing between you and your vengeance. In fact, I mean to help you. I have service in this wilderness. I can tell you just where to find our mutual foe. I ask only that you use a weapon of my choosing, wound the criminal with my blade, and abandon him to my plane, where I can exact my own punishment. The rights of honor killing here belong to you." With that, Malakath agreed, took the wide blade from Shogorath, and was gone. Malakath materialized in the path of the murderer, the cloaked figure obscured through a blizzard haze, bellowing a curse so foul as to wilt the surrounding trees. The blade was drawn, and Malakath crossed the distance more quickly than a wild fox. Frothing with rage, he swung the blade in the smooth arc which lopped the head of his foe cleanly off. Then plunged the blade up to the hilt of his chest, choking out the spurts of blood into a steady, growing stain of red, bubbling from beneath the scaled armor and heavy cloak. Panting from the unexpected immediacy and fury of his own kill, Malakath rested on the knee as the body before him collapsed heavily backward, and the head landed roughly upon a broad, flat stone. The next sound broke the silence like a bolt. "I'm sorry," sputtered the voice of Emek Rokeira. Malakath's eyes went wide as he looked upon the severed head, seeping blood from its wound, but somehow kept alive. His eyes wavered about wildly, trying to focus on the aspect of Malakath before him. The once proud eyes of the champion were choked with tears of grief, pain, and confused recognition. To his horror, Malakath recognized only now that the man he had killed not only one of his orphan children, but very literally a son he had blessed, an orc maiden with years hence. For achingly long moments the two looked upon each other, despondent and shocked. Then silent as oil steel, Shiogorath strode in the clearing. He had Emek Grokewa's disembodied head and bundled it into a small gray sack. Shiogorath reclaimed Neb Crescent from the corpse and turned to walk away. Malakath began to stand, but kneeled again, knowing he had irreversibly damned his own offspring to the realm of Shiogorath, and mourned his failure. The sound of his son's hoarse pleas faded into the frozen horizon. The next one is the history of our own town, as to say, where we currently stand. The History of Raven Rock, Volume 3, by Larkin Tolino. Forward. Raven Rock is one of the more interesting colonies of Morrowind of the last 2 centuries. So much has happened in this tiny town in such a short amount of time, and so many lives have been affected by it. I felt it necessary to describe its rich history within these volumes. Doing my research, I lived in Raven Rock for almost 3 years. I got to know many of my fellow Dunmer who call Raven Rock their home. I hope that my readers will appreciate the amount of fortitude and perseverance that it must take to endure life in such an inhospitable and untamed land. All was going well at Raven Rock until the 4th era, year 95, when an attempt on Leryl's life was made without warning. Fortunately, the attack was unsuccessful, thanks to the prowess of the Veteran Guard. Under questioning by Captain Modin Vela, the assassin was revealed to be Vila Olin of House Hlaalu. House Hlaalu had been at odds with House Redoran for years following the removal from the Council of Great Houses. The Hlaalu believed that House Redoran was instrumental in this reorganization and have held a grudge ever since. Their attempt on Leryl's life was meant to send a message to the Council that House Redoran was not as mighty as they purported to be, and that they were truly vulnerable and weak. The Veteran Guard investigated further and discovered that Vila had been organizing a coup in Raven Rock in an attempt to fully wrest control of the island from Leryl's grasp. Vila and his conspirators were executed, and the coup was quelled. So were recent events, which would solidify the Dunmer people's respect for Leryl Morvain. In the 4th era, the year 130, the bulwark began to show its age and threatened to crumble. The council elected to use the bulk of his personal fortune to have it repaired. In the 4th era, the year 150, a small force of Argonians landed on Solstheim with the intent of wreaking havoc on the island, and Councillor Morvain led the charge against them personally. And in the 4th era, the year 170, when the ebony mine finally began to dry up, he drained the remainder of his coffers, keeping the people fed. By the 4th era, the year 181, the mine's ebony veins were completely exhausted. Leo ordered the mine to be shut down, and Raven Rock turned to hunting and fishing for its trade. A few Dunmer families departed Solstheim and returned to the mainland. The most stayed behind. At present, Leryl's Morvain is still the ruler of Raven Rock. The Veteran Guard continued to maintain order within the town and the surrounding area, keeping Raven Rock's residents safe and in line. Even so much the rumor of dissent reaches Leryl's ears, he has it quashed immediately. He's well aware there may be a few Hlaalu loyalists still present among our population who would like to see him dead. The future may appear bleak for Raven Rock, but the spirit of its inhabitants will never be broken. Alright, that's our reading for now. We have more later, towards the end of the day, around 2 p.m. At the moment, we continue with our adventure. I'm going to speak to Admiral Arano first. Then I'll go down here and visit the Kolbjorn Bear excavation.
Always a pleasure to watch when
Thank you for coming. After everything you've already done for Raven Rock, I hate to ask for more, but I can't risk Councillor Morvain being killed.
His danger of being killed? How?
The Ulan family of House Hlaalu, a rival great house, has placed a death mark on the Councillor's head.
Why would the Ulans want him dead?
It's a private matter. Let's just say they seek revenge for the execution of one of their own, ordered by Councillor Morvain himself. The problem is I don't have any solid proof that anyone from House Lalu is hidden among us. Only my suspicions.
Your concern seems justified.
It may be justified, but it certainly isn't appreciated. Councillor Morvain simply feels that I'm being paranoid. I'm afraid that one day I'll awaken and discover him dead. I don't want it to come to that.
You feel an attack on the council is imminent?
I do. I've received some information from my sources that there could be elements of Ulan's house, House Lalu, already in Ravenrock.
Why haven't you acted on the information?
Ravenrock is a small settlement, so it's hard to accomplish anything in secret. If any of them is from House Lalu, I wouldn't be able to make a move without them knowing.
How can I help?
I had a feeling you'd be willing to listen to me.
Where do I begin?
I need you to start out by being my eyes and ears. Search Ravenrock and see if you can root out these traitors. The best place to start would be Geldis Sadri, over at the Retching Netch Corner Club. If he provides you any leads, check them out before bringing them to my attention. I can't afford to make any mistakes.
What can you tell me about House Lalu?
Traitors. The lot of them. Their collaboration with the Empire may have given them unrivaled political and economic strength, but their hearts weren't with the Dunmer people.
I presume that was their downfall.
Lalu deserved every bit of hatred they received once the Empire released its grasp on Morrowind. Having past ties to the Empire immediately turned them into the scapegoat for the Dunmer people's suffering.
What happened to House Lalu as a result?
They had welcomed the Empire with open arms and benefited from it. When everything was said and done, they were no longer recognized as a great house and were dismissed from the council.
How are things now the mines are open again?
You might think it's all perfume and roses now that the mine's open. But all I see is a new security problem on our hands. Making sure those shipments of ebony make it safely from the mine to the shipping docks is my new order of the day. And with Solstein crawling with reavers and Azora knows what else, I can't risk any attacks on Ravenrock.
You mentioned your sources?
I maintain a few contacts in other Dunmer settlements across Tamriel. Most hail from House Redoran, but there are a few from other houses.
Why do you ask them to investigate?
Most of my contacts live leagues away from Solstein. Sending the occasional message back and forth is all we can manage, and sometimes takes months or more to arrive. However, any information we can gain in times like this I consider vital to House Redoran's survival.
Why do the Dunmer hate the Empire?
During the Oblivion Crisis, gates to the Plane of Oblivion opened all over Morrowind. The Empire pulled most of its forces out of Morrowind to deal with the gates in their own homeland, leaving us virtually defenseless. We had no standing army at the time, just uncoordinated pockets of resistance.
How did the Dunmer survive this at all?
House Redoran took charge and was slowly able to build an army. It took years, but it became a force to be reckoned with. When the Argonians invaded years later, House Redoran's army was able to prevent them from sweeping across all of Morrowind. It would be fair to say that House Redoran literally saved the Dunmer people from destruction. Don't worry, you can trust Geldis. He's been with us for a long time.
Yeah, I'm going to speak to the proprietor of the Retching Net, Geldis Sadri.
Welcome to the Retching Netch Corner Club, home of the finest Sioux jammer that will ever grace your lips. The mine's open, people are buying drinks, and I'm making money again. Just like old times.
What have you got for sale?
Drink for the thirsty, food for the hungry.
How are things now the mines are open again?
How do you think? It's a blessing. I've got regular paying customers again. Thirsty workers at the end of the day, and more coin than I can count.
Adder Arado said you might be able to help me.
Well, well. Adril's got himself a spy, does he? Well, Zura knows he needs all the help he can get. He's been chasing the Ulans for years now.
You think he's mistaken?
No. I just think he's going about this the wrong way.
You have a better idea.
Actually, I do. If you want to catch those slippery slaughterfish, you need to let them come to you.
How do I get them to do that?
There's an Ulan ancestral tomb near the temple. Someone's been leaving ash yam offerings on the altar inside. If you were to wait inside for whomever that is, I'm betting they'll have some of the answers you're looking for.
Why haven't you told Adriel about this?
What makes you think I haven't? Anytime Adriel and the Redarin Guard made a move, the Ulans must have been one step ahead and didn't show up.
Thanks for the tip.
You can thank me if it works. Until then, I'd head to the tomb and wait until your visitor shows up.
Why did Councillor Morvain execute in Ulan?
Back in 95, Vila Ulan came to Raven Rock with a plan to take over our town. The Fetcher thought he could stir up the locals and use them against the Redarin Guard, and then murder Councillor Morvain when we weren't looking.
Ruler did this alone.
He arrived alone, but spread enough coin around to start changing people's minds. Half the bloody town joined his side. Can you believe that?
How did Ruler get caught?
He underestimated the Redarin Guard. They were organized and brought a swift end to the coup. Vila tried to run, but he was caught by Captain Veleth himself. Vila Ulan was executed a short time later, and his remains placed in the Ulan ancestral tomb.
Why did Dunmer leave ash gems in their tombs?
When the Dunmer is laid to rest, the body is burned and returned to the ashen soil. Since the ash yam is born of the very same soil, it represents rebirth and renewal, the fact that life ends and begins anew.
Heard any rumors lately?
Nothing specific, but I'm hearing rumblings of assassins living amongst us. I think they intend to target Councillor Morvain, but I can't be certain. Come back if you're feeling thirsty. I'll set you up right.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait inside the Ulan ancestral tomb and try to catch the person leaving ash yams.
Not much contact with others. That's gone.
I wait here then for the Ashians to show up. It is now 12:57 p.m. I'm gonna hide behind some barrels. And I'm just gonna wait. Actually, there needs to be some kind of door here. I'll try this. It is locked.
Ah, excuse me. I didn't realize there was anyone else here.
What are you doing here?
I presume the same thing you're doing, leaving an offering for the departed. Forgive my surprise. It's just that I wouldn't expect that sort of behavior from someone who isn't Dunmer.
You aren't an Ulan.
Since there aren't any Ulans left on this island, I've taken it upon myself to leave the traditional offering in their stead.
You lie. You're from House Lolly.
What kind of nonsense is that? I'm simply honoring a fellow departed Dunmer, and you hurl baseless accusations at me? Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to meditate a bit. Please, I don't wish to be disturbed while I'm meditating.
I now report back to Admiral Arano. Need to accomplish that speedily. He is here.
If you've got any problems, check in at Morgan. Second counselor along.
I hope Gelders proved useful. Have you made any progress?
I suspect Tilisu Severin is the culprit.
Tilisu? Are you sure?
I saw her in the Ulan tomb.
So Gelders' plan worked, eh? Every time we tried it, no one would ever show up. If Telisu's involved in any sort of plot to harm Councillor Morvain, I'm going to need hard evidence to prove it.
So, go search their house.
I'm not kicking down anyone's door until I have solid evidence in hand. If you're wrong about Telisu, things would quickly go downhill around here, and the real culprits might slip away. I can't afford for that to happen.
What if they try to stop me?
If you have evidence and it places your life in peril, I would expect you to do whatever you must to keep yourself alive. Here, this key should open the front door of the manor in case they've locked it. Good luck.
Why do the Ulans have a tomb in Raven Rock?
Villa Ulan wasn't the first Ulan to live in Raven Rock. His father, Valen Ulan, was one of the first Dunmer to settle here. Unlike his son, Villa, Valen was a good man. He contributed to the community and was quite respected. When Valen died, his family provided the funds to construct the tomb.
But you told me House Lalu was disliked.
The Ulan family being a part of House Lalu didn't matter. It's Dunmer's tradition for the ashes of the deceased to be placed in an ancestral tomb. Valen Ulan and his son's remains were both laid to rest there because that's what he requested.
I was clear when I owned Garvin the money that I wanted to
Can you tell me more about the Severin family?
Telesu is wife to the family patriarch, Ben. They have a single child, a daughter named Miri. They arrived here 10 years ago and have been nothing but a benefit to Raven Rock ever since.
A benefit? How?
They're quite wealthy, and they've been quite generous by sharing their fortune with the community. They've contributed coin, food, supplies, even helped repair a few of the buildings in town with their own hands.
Nothing unusual about them at all.
People have mentioned it's a bit odd about how close in age Mary appears to be to her father, but that's hardly a cause for alarm. Just make sure you find solid evidence. If I accuse them without it, I'll be the laughing stock of the colony. Be careful. If the Severins have betrayed us, then they'll be well armed. About
How foolish would it be for me to crack down on these people when it turns out they're secretly in league with the guy they're allegedly murdering. Because
We're one of the same kind.
he doesn't have the support of his own people and he needs their help. And if I try to crack down on them, all I'm trying to do is direct his government. His official opposition.
Obey our law.
And go ahead. Now we're going to go forward.
Look at me. I'm a different person. And I have lived.
Alright, we're going to make a big move.
Careful, Miri. Someone's in here with us. I won't allow you to ruin years of planning. I'll see you first. All you got.
It's probably a case of insider violence. The Slalom plot is just... It's actually an inside faction of the government. If there's any danger, it's definitely insider against insider, and as an outsider, they're basically not allowed to intervene. Not in reality. If I get anywhere with this, I'm just gonna suffer for it. It's like trying to stop a couple from fighting, because you're an outsider, you automatically lose. That was indeed odd.
You won't get messed with me. More than me is over. And you thought I would. It's not my time.
Turns against their own ancestor ghost. I just found a ring of extreme sneaking. It helps sneak you along if I should choose to do it. Take it instead of archery. I'll try this one. I'll just deal some salts. Since I have a quest to find them. Now I'm going to look for the evidence I'll send for. Apparently I've discovered this evidence. The Ulan matter. Dear Counselor Saladin, in a matter of days I believe we'll be ready. Our forces hidden within Ashfell Citadel have been training night and day, ready to strike when we get the signal. With Captain Velas distracted by the Ashspawn attack, the timing seems perfect. I've waited nearly a decade to exact my revenge on Laryl Morvain for the death of my ancestor, and I long for the moment. My blade will be drawn across his throat. The next letter you receive from me will include his head in a sack. Display it proudly in the halls of House Lalu, brother. Vendel Ulan.
Work for Mo.
Fethis, I'm
You
quite
got a
busy at the
problem?
moment.
You talk.
Him. Why hasn't a Redarin guard been...
Did you find any evidence at Severin Manor yet?
I found evidence proving the Severin's guilt.
Then we finally have them. All that remains now is chasing them down and bringing them to justice.
Hey, what you doing?
I don't think they'll give up willingly.
Good. I'm going to send two of the best Redarin guard we have to take them down. I want you to assist them any way you can. Be careful. Severin's happening. Aid us.
You won't get the best of me.
Soon you will know the cold
endeavors.
With the Ashbourne threat taken care of, I can give my men the rest they deserve.
You lost?
Did you find any evidence at Severin Manor yet? Then we finally have them. All that remains now is chasing them down and bringing them to justice.
I don't think they give up willingly.
Good. I'm going to send two of the best Redoran Guard we
May I
have
have a word with you,
to take them
Counselor?
down. I want you to assist them any way you can.
What troubles you?
I was concerned about...
I'll head there immediately.
See that you do.
So much on
We
each
can't
journey.
afford to
I'm
let
afraid we
these
might run
traitors
out.
slip away.
I'll speak with Garen and see if we can't increase the crop production this season.
Ashfallow Citadel's been abandoned for a long time. Be ready for
I
anything.
fear we'll be feasting on ash yams a bit more often this year.
If you need a ride back to the mainland, Gallon's the only way off it.
Alright, going now to the Kolbjorn Barrow excavation. I think I bought myself a partnership in this concern, and this man there is ready to speak to me about developments.
Just remember who's in charge. Oh, it's you.
What's going on?
This isn't good. We only got a little ways in when something managed to wake up the Draugr. Before I could blink, all the miners were dead. and I was next in line. Don't think anyone else made it out alive.
This is what I get for skimping on labor.
What now?
Well, unless you want to deal with the Draugr, this whole little venture of ours is over. Might be over either way. It looked like a dead end before the place started crawling. We could have missed something. But I don't know.
Well, I'm going to clear the Draugr from this barrow. I have to find a way deeper into the bear, which I have not done. There's some puzzle around here that lets me go deeper.
Seen anything quite like that. I'm right behind you. I am at your command. You lead, I'll follow.
I found a way deeper into the barrow, but I have not cleared out the Draugr. Some sort of Draugr is still here. You guys all look dead to me. No, there's somebody here. I just have to find a way through somehow. Here. There's some way through, but I don't know what it is. Maybe the skull has to go there. This looks like maybe that it could be dug out. I'll go outside and speak to this man. Maybe he'll give me a clue. Actually, I'll try with using a pickaxe. Maybe that'll let me do something. It does look very bad. Maybe I can get a clue from the quest giver.
Any luck?
I found a way past the dead end.
Isn't that something? But I'm not heading down there, and there's no way anyone else will, until the Draugr are gone. Keep at it! Isn't that something? But I'm not heading down there, and there's no way any...
As it I'll descend by Howland Greycloak. In the days beyond memory, when men first walked the lands of Skyrim, there rose in the city of Sarthal a great enchanter. As a boy, his gifts for magic and artifice had been evident to his tutors. As a man, his skill surpassed them all. And finding nothing more to learn among his kin, he left wife and child, and set out to train under the elven masters. A year became 2, then 3, and when finally his path led him back to Sarthal, he found only ruins, for the elves had sacked the city, and all that lived there were dead or gone. Amid the ashes and smouldering ruins of his home, he swore a terrible oath of vengeance, and from that comes the name the legends give him, Azadal, the embittered destroyer. Alone, he could do nothing, and so he bided his time, delving deeper into his art than any before him. From the Dreamer, he learned the 7 natures of metal, and how to harmonize. Then from the Eyelid, the ancient runes and dawn magic, even the elves had begun to forget. Among Falmer and Chimer and Altimer he traveled, taking what he could from each, and all the while plotting how he might turn that knowledge against them. Finally word reached him of Uskrimor and his companions, newly arrived from Masamora. For 3 days and nights he rode north and met them as they made landfall on the Etsy coast, near the ruins of Sarthal, which the elves had fortified against them. He offered the companions his service, and all he had produced in his years of labor, and without more than steel imbued with his enchantment, the elves fell before them, and at last he had his revenge. He was not content. His craft had become his life, and his hunger for knowledge still gnawed at him, driving him to delve ever deeper. At long last, he exhausted the lore of the elves, but it was not enough. He sought the secrets of dragon runes, and won for himself a seat among their high priests. But it was not enough, and at length he turned his gaze to the plains of oblivion and found there both power and madness. Some say he ventured there, never to return. Others that he was betrayed by his fellow dragon priest and killed, or driven into hiding in the ruin beneath his beloved Sarthal. And when the scowl was so time, it said he fled to their island and was sealed in the depths of the Shieldborn Barrow, together with the last of his relics. But that is the tale that was told him in the bars of Winterhold. Whatever the truth, the legend of Azadal was intended as a warning. In pursuit of perfection, one must take care that the pursuit of self does not become all-consuming.
When else will, until the Draugr are gone. Keep at it! Any luck?
The Journal of Osiris, Volume 19. Moving on to Solstheim next, chasing after vague rumors of this cold Bjorn Barrow. My patrons seem confident we can find the relics of Azadal out here. I'm a bit skeptical, but so long as he pays well, I'll dig wherever the old coot likes. Initial prospects look poor, to say the least. I'm sure I had my map wrong at first, so it's clear the place has just been lost yet. I'll dig out as much as I can, maybe see if I can recruit some of the local residents to help me out. I haven't seen anyone since I got out of Raven Rock, but I keep hearing conversations and whispers around me, so I just need to track them down. Journal of Osiris, Volume 20. This excavation is going to be one of the harder ones, I can tell. I hired some diggers out of Raven Rock. They all said they're experienced miners, but I guess they're not used to running into trouble as they dig. In a place like this, you never know what was buried long ago and have to be ready for whatever you come across. In the case there's some unfortunate losses with the sleeping dead, weren't quite sleeping, weren't quite dead. Operations stalled us, my friendly partner was able to find enough coin with the highest of replacements. Maybe it's time to take up a collection from the common spectators that gathered to mock me. Oh, there's God coming through. That was it. I guess that was some kind of bug. Put him in the wrong place.
Any luck?
I've dealt with the Draugr and found a way past the dead end.
Well, perhaps there's some hope for us yet. Now, I have to go recruit some more miners. It won't be easy, seeing as none of their friends came back from the first attempt. We'll have to sweeten the pot a bit this time. I think I'll need, say, 2,000 sequins to hire replacements.
Yeah.
I never get tired of that sound. It'll take me a few days to dig up some more laborers, but swing back when you get a chance. See how we're doing.
It is.
Knew it! I'll see you burn!
And this, I end the threat to Council Morvain somewhere in here.
I'm right behind you. I am at your command. get going then.
Oh,
I live to serve.
I'll be going now.
I'm right behind you. I am at your command. Let's get going then.
More cups and plates for me to carry? More cups and... I always dreamt of being a pack mule. butler's work is never done.
I'm right behind you. I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Oh, I think I'm ready to proceed.
over here.
Got a bad feeling about this.
I join you and Dad. Give me your best.
Supposed to read waking dreams.
I wish you would stop doing that.
No, not yet. We should greet our guest first. And so the first Dragonborn meets the last Dragonborn at the summit of a mountain. No doubt, the other. As Hermaeus Mora intended, he is a fickle master. But now I will be free of you. My time in occupied soul. You are here in your full power, and thus
Did you think to escape me, Mirat? You can hide nothing from me here. No matter. I have found a new dragon born to serve me.
May he be rewarded for his service, as I am.
Mira harbor fantasies of rebellion against me. Learn from his example. Serve me faithfully, and you will continue to be richly rewarded.
Summoner 2 can summon an Orthodox or raid undead 3 times as far away. I had a perk point invested in one-handed. I deallocated that point using the ability here and parked it into Summoner associated with Conjuration to allow me to summon creatures further away. Test it out here. I'm going to leave and see where I am. Not quite sure right now. We seem to be cleared and ready to leave. We're in Ashfellow Citadel here, so we'll go southeast and deal with this stuff. As soon as they get outside, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, I'm taking a 5-minute break. I'll be back at 11:30. I resume. I've been looking for the last piece of ice brand armor, which I know is lying around here somewhere, or death brand, I should say. It's to the southeast corner. Around here. By the ocean. Here. I'm going to approach this one next.
Need something? Safe travels.
Complete set of Death Brand armor. Which I might switch to instead of my Archmage's robe.
Lead on.
I'm not using light armor skill. The important thing maybe is I get 40 pounds worth of extra carrying capacity, which is helpful right now. Also a lot of extra stamina, water breathing in, plus 100 armor because I'm wearing the complete set. If I wanted a dual wield, I could do a lot of one-handed damage, but I don't think that's going to be important. I might just try this. I don't know if it's going to work. Technically a Pirate King's armor.
Dragons. Master Neloth says they are no match for a Telvanni wizard. But what about a mere apprentice? Until next time.
Let me know if you see anything you like. Damn that man. He's being totally unreasonable. My father. Cloak you. I don't care if he's a master wizard. He can't treat me like this.
What do you have for sale?
Every type of fungus in Solstheim or Skyrim. Oh, and a few other ingredients and potions.
The 3 soaked tap roots.
Truly? Well done. I'll just keep 2 of them for myself. No need for Neloth to know. Take that last taproot and plant it into the wall of the withered house. Azora light your steps.
Need to I seem to have found the key to the door here, and this, which I couldn't open before. I now have it.
Hold still. Let me get a good look at you.
What are you looking for?
Incipient madness, loss of self-awareness, black spots in the whites of the eyes. Any of the documented indications of Hermaeus Mora's permanent influence. No, you look fine. Well, at least no different than when I first saw you.
Don't you want to know what happened with Mirak?
Who? Oh, him. Well, I assume you killed him. Or Hermaeus Mora turned on him when you looked like the winning bet. Or a bit of both. Mirak's influence has vanished from Solstheim. So, I assumed you handled things. Why? Did something interesting happen?
No, nothing interesting. I just killed Mirak and saved Solstheim.
Well, that is what you hero types do, isn't it? I wasn't expecting anything less. Now all that's left are these black books. It's a shame I haven't located any more. So much more to learn. The ash from Red Mountain holds secrets. Secrets I mean to uncover.
I found Verona dead on the road to Raven Rock.
What? Who's going to make my team? Why do these things always happen to me? Well, don't just stand there. Go find me another steward. I'm sure there's plenty of people in Raven Rock to choose from.
What kind of person should I look for?
Excellent question. Once word gets out, there will be a lot of people to choose from. Someone with a brilliant mind and a robust physique that is blindly obedient would be ideal. Oh, and they need to know how to brew tea. Wolves always waters it down.
Can I help with your research?
I do have a new spell I'm working on. I hope to be able to conjure ash spawn. If I could get a sample of ash from an ash spawn, that would be quite useful. I've made this special tool that will extract... Well, you don't need to know the details. Just go harvest a sample. Of course, the creature will have to be dead first, but I trust that's something you can bring about.
What do you have for sale?
Mostly staffs. They're my specialty.
What can you tell me about Morrowind?
You are too young to remember the Nerevarine. He defeated Dagorthur and saved us all from the Blight. Don't take too long finding me a steward. When you find my new steward, have him report to me, with a cup of Canis root tea.
You've got to help me. I conjured an Ash Guardian, and now it's running amok.
How did the Asgardian get loose?
I am embarrassed to admit that it was my fault. Master Neloth refused to teach me the Ash Guardian spell, so I read his spellbook on my own and learned it. Something went wrong when I casted it. The creature was attacking everything in sight.
Why don't you destroy it?
I need to keep Master Neloth distracted so he doesn't find out what I did. There is no telling what he would do to me. While you are taking care of the creature, I'll try to figure out what went wrong.
I can destroy it for you.
Thank you. I was hoping you would. Hurry. I'll keep Master Neloth distracted.
Got something for just about everybody in here. Give a holler if you have any questions. Someone should do something about that damned Ash Guardian.
This is our taproot is planted.
Good. Now maybe Neloth will get off my back about it. I suppose you think you should get paid for helping an old woman. Here, take these. I'll sell you more if you come back later. Mafala cloak you. Huh?
Is the Ash Guardian gone?
I destroyed the Ash Guardian.
What a relief. Master Neloth surely would have punished me had he found out. I can't pay you, but I could teach you the Ash Guardian spell. Although maybe that doesn't sound like a good idea to you after this. I do have a staff I could give you instead, if you think the Ash Guardian spell is too risky.
I'd like to learn the Ash Guardian spell.
All right. But remember, don't cast this without a Heartstone. Otherwise, the Guardian will attack everyone, including you.
What's a Heartstone?
Heartstones are only found on Solstheim, as far as I know. Master Neloth believes they may be fragments from inside Red Mountain that were flung here during the huge eruption 200 years ago.
I've got it. Don't cast Ash Guardian without a Heartstone.
That's right. Don't be like me and have to learn the hard way. Here's the spell tome and a Heartstone so you can try it safely.
Can you train me in conjuration?
Yes, but don't tell Master Neloth. I'd have to give him your payment.
What went wrong with the Ash Guardian spell?
No, it turns out that the spell requires a Heartstone to cast properly. I didn't have one with me when I cast it. If you cast the spell without a Heartstone, it attacks anything in sight. Until next time.
Still waiting for that ash sample from an ash spawn. When you find my new steward, have him report to me, with a cup of Canis root tea.
Have you found any other black books?
Yes, Hermaeus Mora is devious, but then, so am I. Now, it's only a rumor of a whisper of a conjecture, but I think this is the place. Now hurry. That book might contain the final secrets of Xerxes, for all we know. Now, where did I put... Oh, yeah.
Looks like I'm wrapping up my business on this island. I'm gonna go north here and explore this burrow. That's gonna be cold, so I need to look for a fire so I can make some hot potato soup.
Let me know if you see anything you like.
This kitchen's over here. Maybe I can do something there.
can't believe Verona's dead.
I hope you're not expecting a meal. I've barely got enough for them that live here.
I can make this. Restores 200 points of cold. Alright, this is just good against the cold. I'm just gonna make a bunch. I'm gonna save the rest of my fire souls, for somebody who wants them.
Still can't figure out why I was working on that damned pillar.
I need to sleep, but there isn't a bed here. It would seem. Except there is. Alright. I'm going to go north to this place and see if this guy will talk to me now. And regardless of the outcome of that, I'll then go east to check out that dungeon. I think these guys made me their chief. I'll just check in and see what they got to say about it. I'll just have a seat. I guess not. I guess they're not gonna talk.
I am in no mood to talk, outsider. One of the Skull has gone missing.
Who's missing?
It is Baldur Ironshaper. As our only smith, Baldur is very important to the village.
Did anything unusual happen around the time of his disappearance?
I do not remember Baldur acting strangely. Although now that you ask, I did see something in the woods on the day he disappeared. I saw two elves in the far distance dragging something behind them. Hunters often visit our land, so I thought little of it.
Where were they headed?
South and west. If your road takes you that way, perhaps you could search for any sign of Baldur. The Skull would be grateful.
And I'm not afraid of the beasts in the forest.
From here I'm going east to this place.
I have given my answer, little brother. I know you are brave and have the heart of a great chief. All things have a time.
Now, I believe I gave Lydia some boots, which allowed one to walk on water, but she doesn't seem to be here. And there, here she is.
Still here.
I need to trade some things with you.
At your command.
$100 boots of water walking. Now, as we will recall, the door was down here. Locked and unopenable, but now I have a key.
To see anything quite like that. I've got a bad feeling about this.
This is the owner of the Death Brand armor, which I'm currently wearing. Hackney Death Brand.
You can never truly stop me.
Sick.
I
still sense your presence, living fool.
The full pirate suit is this thing here. Blood size, surrender, and the death brand armor. Blood Scythe. When wielded with Soul Render, absorbs 15 health and has a chance to weaken enemy armor. Soul Render. When wielded with Blood Scythe, absorbs 15 magicka and has a chance to dispel magical defenses. Negative the Deathbrand armor. Specifically the gauntlets. While dual wielding, your one-handed attack do 10% more damage for each Deathbrand item you wear. That could be pretty strong if I had one-handed skill, which unfortunately I don't. So it'll probably be a bit underwhelming in practice. Looks like I'm done here. I'm ready to go back to the mainland. I'll just check for some odd chests lying around. Guess I'm ready to leave. I had trouble with magicka regeneration. So I'm going to replace my ring of extreme sneaky with a ring of resurgence to make up for the missing Archmage's robes. That increased my magicka regeneration by 100%. This ring will increase it by 80%, making up for much of the damage. I'm gonna go east now, try to pick up this thing. The Black Book. Or west, I should say. West. I see I picked up some diseases. I just cured myself of the diseases. Now I need to have a little food.
I've got a bad feeling about it. I'm right behind you. I am sworn to carry your burdens. Lead on.
presence. I offer you eternity. Mortal, no one hides from the dead.
Are you prepared to die?
Such an abrupt end to our
Spider experiment notes. I've only tried a few combinations, but things look promising. Here's what I've discovered so far. Ruby plus albino pool. Ruby plus albino pod equals jumping flame spider. Ruby plus damaged pod equals exploding flame spider. Ruby plus salt pile plus damaged pod equals never mind. Ruby plus salt pile plus albino pod equals flame cloak spider. Looking at the results, it seems as though the purity of the gem could enhance the imbuing process. It could enhance the imbuing process in some unforeseen way. Perhaps I get my hands on a flawless ruby. I've also theorized that if one were to mix most any of the ingredients in the previous experiments, a new discovery is likely to be made. On further investigation of both the diamond and the garnet, it seems they don't contain the necessary power required. I know for a fact that a ruby worked succeeded in my previous experiment. Let's see how the reaction works with an amethyst, emerald, or even a sapphire. There must be other types of spiders out there. Who knows what other kinds of imbuing processes are taking place? We best keep our eyes open. The source of interaction must likely be nearby, whatever new species we find.
I've got your back. How can I serve you, my Thane? Let's get going then.
And try this extractor, see what happens. Service's journal. She's finally done it. I knew she'd eventually crack. I probably should have left when I had the chance. The untapped power within these spiders finally got into Marilar's head. Who would have thought these tiny albino creatures had the ability to harness such magic? Being locked in the cage is frustrating, of course, but it is keeping me even more focused on my work. What did she think I was going to do, anyway? As my sister, she must have known how devoted I was to this work, and although I can't fault her actions right now. You know what kind of feeling those experiences have been giving off, what effect they have on the human brain. At least I'm alright, or maybe I'm not, but I think I am. Could these experiences be having the same effect on me they're on her? Magnificent. It seems as though you can't combine any of the base spiders with a modifier to tweak its behavior. For instance, just in being albino part of the ruby seems to create a spider that jumps into faces and proceeds to explode. But simply adding a soul piles to make it create the same inner spider, but instead of jumping and exploding, it emits flames from its body. I'd experimented more of these behaviors, but it seems that the band to be tested, the mind control spiders on are still locked away. Mila doesn't want me to let them out. Maybe there are too many in there for her to handle. I heard her muttering to herself earlier today. She's saying things like, the spiders of mine, they'll listen to me. What exactly is she planning? I hope she's not attempting to enter the blocked off room in the main chamber. She knows specifically that's sealed it after Heyachi and coming from that direction. Thing which she used to know may not matter right now because they just state she's been in. I hope she'll be alright. I'll try the ruby plus salt pile plus albino pod. So I got these scrolls out of the jumping flame spider. Toss a jumping fire spider on the ground. It will launch itself at nearby enemies and explode if it lands near them. I guess I can make more. I think I'm just going to leave it. I'll make one more. Yeah, 12 of these guys. It'll have to do. This is a way out, but I'm not ready to leave just yet.
Still here. I am at your command. You lead, I'll... follow.
More cups and plates. I always dreamt of being a pack mule. It's been so... fun.
Guess you're more or less done with this.
I wish you would stop doing that.
Oh, look. My new master.
sense your presence. Living fool.
Flame Thrall. Summons a Flame Astronaut permanently. That's very good, but the cost 578 is far higher than I can cast right now. Seeker of Shadows. Stealth skills are all 10% more effective. That includes archery and stealth. So, I cleared this place and I'm ready to leave. I'm gonna go south to here, I guess. I'll search for Baldur Iron Shaper. I just have the cost of this spell because I got the ability to cast expert level conjuration spell at half magicka. This is now 109 instead of 218. I cast 7 of these until I run out of heartstones. Each casting conjures an Ash Guardian that guards that location until destroyed. Consume the heartstone from your inventory, without which it will be hostile. Okay, I cleared this. Now I'm going to go south. As soon as I get there, I'm going to stop flying because I'm just about out of time.
Close enough. Move along. Nothing. Use forward. Steer clear and out at it.
I have to search for this guy.
That's close enough. Back off. Come on.
I see death coming. It's for you now.
Please, someone help me! Help! Somebody!
He's here, but I don't know.
Please, someone help me!
The guy seems to be imprisoned here somehow. I'm about ready to quit. But it seems like a short... Seems like something I should be able to finish quickly.
I have been taken against my will. I'm in need of rescue.
Here we go.
Please, someone help me! By the Allmaker. You're here to release me. Outsider. I remember you. You're the one who freed the skull from the dark spell. Thank the Allmaker that you have come. These accursed elves have taken me from my home.
Are you hurt badly? Do you need healing?
No. No, my wounds are not serious. I don't think the elves were trying to harm me. Perhaps they intended to frighten me. At worst, I have a few bruises to show for my ordeal.
Why would the Thalmor abduct you?
I do not know this word, Thalmor. If you mean the elves, they were trying to learn the secrets of forging stalwart. Their leader, an elf named Ankarian, has a map. He says that it shows the location of a hidden source of stalwart.
Where can I find this Ankarian?
They have a ship. They took me there and showed me the map. You will find it on the northern coast of the island. Please, do not let Ankarian make his weapons. Kill him or let him live. But take the map from him. It belongs with the skull. I will return to the village. When you have the map, please bring it to me there. And thank you. May the Allmaker bless your days. I am glad to be free of those elves. It was... such greed and treachery in a creature before.
Alright, I guess I'm done with the game for today. Once we go back up north to the, get the Skyrim source map, and maybe that or go south to complete this one. Got me going everywhere. At any rate, I've done it for now.
I've got your back. I am sworn to carry your burdens. Lead on.
More cups and plates for me to carry? I don't suppose... Certainly, sir.
I'll take this one and... Oh, that's enough.
It's been so much fun.
Untitled Descent. By Holland Greycloak. In the days beyond memory, when men first walked the lands of Skyrim, there rose in the city of Sarthal a great enchanter. As a boy, his gift for magic and artifice had been evident to his tutors. As a man, his skill surpassed them all. And I think I just read this. I read this one already. So I'm going to find something else. I'll make it Bone Part 1. Bone Part 1. Matavi Dromio. It seems to me, said Gerard, thoughtfully looking into the depths of his flint, that all great ideas come from pure happenstance. Take, for instance, the story I told you last night about my cousin. If he hadn't fallen off that horse, he never would have become one of the Empire's foremost alchemists. It was late one midnight night at the King's Ham, and the regulars were always especially inclined toward philosophy. I disagree, replied the Amara, firmly but politely. And great ideas and inventions are most often formed slowly over time by diligence and hard work. If you recall my tale from last month, the young lady, who I assure you is based on a real person, only recognized her one true love after she slept with practically everyone in North Point. I put it to you that neither is the case, said Hogard, pointing top out in a mug of grief. The greatest inventions are created by extraordinary need. Must I remind you of the story I told some time ago about Arsenic Owen and the invention of bone mold? And the problem with your theory is that your example is entirely fictional, sniffs the Amara. I don't believe I remember the story of Arsenic Owen and the invention of bone mold, Rongrod. Are you sure you told us? Well, this happened many years ago, when Roger fell the beauteous Greenland, when Dunmer, Chimer, and Weemer and Nord lived together in relative peace, when they weren't trying to kill one another. Hogard relaxed his chair, warming to his theme. When the sun and the moon all hung in the sky together, Lord, Mother, and Wizard, grumbled Humor. I'm forced to hear your ridiculous story again. Pray don't embellish to make it any longer than it has to be. This all happened in Vardenfell quite some time ago, said Hogard, ignoring the Amara's interruption with admirable restraint. During the era of a king you would never have heard of. Arsenic Owen, one of this king's nobles, a very disagreeable fellow. Because of allegiance to the crown, The king had felt that he had granted him a castle and land, but didn't necessarily want him as a neighbor, so the land he granted was far from civilization. Right in there, Varnville, that is, even today not quite civilized. To this day, Arthur Gwan built a walled stronghold, and settled down with unhappy slaves and enjoyed quiet of somewhat grim life. It was not long before the stronghold integrity was tested. A tribe of cannibalistic Norse had been living in the valley for some time, mostly dotting on one another, but occasionally foraging what they like to call dark meat. The Dunmer, the immoral laughed with appreciation. Marvelous. I don't remember that from before. It's funny how you don't hear much about the North Rim of cannibalism these days. It was obviously, as I said, quite some time ago, said Hallgard, glaring at part of his audience with civil malevolence, and things were in many ways quite different. These cannibalistic Nords began attacking Arthur and slaves in the field, and then slowly grew bolder until they held the very stronghold itself under siege. And there were quite a fearsome sight, you can imagine, a horde of wild-eyed men and women with dagger-like teeth filed to tear flesh, wielding massive clubs, cloaked only in the skins of other victims. Arthur Gawain assumed that if he ignored them, they'd go away. Unfortunately, the first thing the Nords did was to poison the stream that carried water into the walled stronghold. All the livestock and most of the slaves died very quickly before this was discovered. There was no rescue, at least for several months, when the king's emissary would become reluctant to visit the disagreeable vassal. The next closest source of water was on the other side of the hill, so Arthur Gawain sent 3 of his slaves with empty jugs to bring some back. They were beaten with clubs and eaten before they were a few feet outside the stronghold gate. In the next group he sent through, he gave sticks to defend themselves. They made it a few feet further. Were also well beaten and devoured. It was obvious that better personal defenses were required. Arthur Gawain went to talk to his armor, one of the few slaves with specific talent and duty. The slaves need armor if going to make it to the river and back. He said, collect every scrap of steel and iron you can find, every hinge, knife, ring, cup, everything that is needed to keep the walls dirty, smelt it, and give me the most and best armor you can very, very quickly. And the armor was named Gorkith. With use Arthur Gawain's demand, he knew there could be no compromise in the quality, quantity of the armor, or the speed at which he worked. He lived for 30 hours without a break, and recalled that he watered his like a source as he struggled with the kiln and the anvil, until finally he had 6 suits of mixed metal armor. 6 slaves were chosen, clad in the armor, and sent with John to collect river water. At first, the mission progressed well. The Nord attacked the armored slaves with their clubs, but they continued their march forward, warding off the blows. Gradually, however, the slaves seemed to be walking uncertainly, and dazed by this barrage. Eventually, one by one, they fell. The armor was peeled from their bodies, and they were eaten. The slaves could move quickly enough in the heavy armor you made, said Arthur Gawain to Gorkith. I need you to collect all the cadavers of the poisoned livestock, strip their skin, and give me the most and the best leather armor you can, very, very quickly. Gorkith did as he was told, though the particularly repulsive task to keep the rancid state of the livestock. It normally takes quite a lot of time to treat and cure leather, so I understand. But Gorkith worked at it tirelessly, and in half a day had 12 suits of leather armor. 12 slaves were chosen, clad in the armor, and sent with jars to collect river water. They progressed at first much better than the early expedition. 2 fell almost immediately, but the others had some luck, outmaneuvering themselves while deflecting an occasional blow of the club. Some got to the river, 3 were able to fill up the jars, and 1 fellow very nearly made it back to the stronghold gate. The last 8 fell was eaten. Notice that they remarkably healthy appetite. What we need before you completely run out of slaves, said Arthur Gawain thoughtfully to Gorkith, is an armor sturdier than leather but lighter than metal. The armor had already considered that and taken stock of the materials available. He had thought about doing something with stone or wood, but the practical problem involved him more with the stronghold. The next most prevalent stuff present in the stronghold was skin, dead bodies, hunks of muscle, fat, blood, and bone. For 6 hours, he toiled relentlessly to produce 18 suits of bone mold, the first one to ever created. I was like, I'm somewhat dubious at the sight and smell, but he was very thirsty, and when he sacrificed another 18 slaves as necessary. Might I suggest, Gorkith queried tremulously, having the slaves practice moving about in the armor here in the courtyard, presenting him to face the Nords? Arthur Gawain coolly allowed it, and for a few hours the slaves wandered about the stronghold courtyard in their suits of bone mold. They grew used to the give of the joint, the rigidity of the backplate, the weight pushed onto their shoulders and hips. Discovered how to plant their feet slightly askew to keep their balance steady, how to quickly turn, pivoting without falling down, how to break into run and stop quickly. By the time they were sent out of the city gates, they're easily, very nearly almost amateur. They used their medium weight armor. Many of them were killed and eaten, but one made it back with a jar of water. It's perfect nonsense to the armor, but my point is still valid even so. Like all great inventors, even in fiction, the armor worked diligently to create the bone mold. I think there's a good deal of happenstance as well, Frangra, but it's imbalance that I wish you hadn't told me. If you think that's appalling, Grinhogger, you should hear what happened next. Okay, I'm David Ephraim Larkin, and I'm done for today. I resume playing Skyrim on Monday, July 20th at 9 a.m. But I'm done for now. Goodbye.